Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you're doing well today. If you're new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints most every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're watching live, welcome. And if you're watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. I am going to be starting two different books today, which I'm excited about since I try to time it about the time that the month is going to begin, that I'm beginning some new books. And since tomorrow's the last day of February, I feel like it's a good time to start a couple new ones. Kat and I are going to be venturing into the fourth Dark Tower novel, which is Wizard and Glass. This book is over 1,000 pages for the edition that I have. I have a feeling I'm probably going to be reading this all month. Kat and I were discussing that last night after we had our book club meeting, which thank you to those of you who were at the book club meeting. We had a wonderful time last night. It was such an awesome discussion. It was really just fantastic. I think it's one of the best that we've ever done, in my personal opinion. So it was super great. But yeah, we decided that we were going to go ahead and start this book because we're trying to do a new one every other month, but this one just might take a little bit longer. So it might carry over past March. And then I was down between a couple other books for which one I was going to start next. I knew I wanted something that was going to be lighthearted, and I've been wanting to read Reaper Man by Terry Pratchett because Death is my favorite character from the Discworld series, and it's a Death novel, so I thought that that would be great. But I also really want to start a novel, which I told you all about previously, that was called The Last Human, and I brought it up about how, like, I was planning on starting it, and I never did. I didn't even open it to the first page, so it wasn't like I started it and DNF'd it. I just did never start it. So I'm hoping to be able to read that maybe later on in the month or start it in April because I want to, again, read more sci fi this year. Of course, the Dark Tower's kind of gone into that territory, so maybe this counts. But either way, I want something that's lighthearted. So I'm going to start Reaper Man, do my next Discworld novel, and continue on in my Terry Pratchett adventure. As always, this is a chill time to sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, or put a fan on you, depending on what the temperature is where you live. We're having some really lovely weather today before it's about to get cold and rainy again, but I'll take it because the sun has been out and it's like 60 degrees. So, very excited. And I'm going to go over and see who all is here tonight. And Kat was the first one to enter the chat. Hi, Kat. Good to see you. And she says, "Hey, Alex, I'm at Cozy Cottage Book Club meeting, but I have you running in the background until I can join." Well, thank you very much, Kat, and I hope you have a wonderful time at your book club. She says, "I love your addition of Sir Francis on the thumbnail this week." Yeah, I have decided that he, as the resident mascot, is going to have a place on all of my thumbnails from here on out, whether it's a themed one or not. He is going to appear someplace on the thumbnail, as is his right, as is his wont. And Rob says, "Grab a drink, grab a snack," in the weird font that is also backwards. I'm proud of myself for knowing that that's what you were trying to say. Now, for anybody who doesn't know why he wrote that, when Kat was having her stream on Wednesday, YouTube was having some issue where putting English comments were not going through. So people were having to get really creative with like writing their comments backwards or using emojis or using like really weird fonts. And that was the only way that a comment could go through. And I kept trying to leave comments on there and none of them were going through. And it didn't really matter like what I did. Apparently, I wasn't making them weird enough. So I ended up just texting Kat my comments instead when I was talking to her on Wednesday. But she did a really good job handling the comments because I couldn't read some of them. And Rob says, "Hello, everyone, esteemed guests, honored members." Indeed, so esteemed. And Kat says, "Hey, Rob," and a hi to Kat. Rob says, "Kat, did Alex explain the chocolate swan fountain reference to you?" I don't think that I ever have. And Kat says, "No, I don't think Alex was there for that part." Yeah, no, I don't think so. And Anne says, "Good evening. Finally starting to feel better after the first shingles vaccine. That really did me in." I'm so sorry, Anne. You poor thing. I'm glad that you're starting to feel better, though. Rob says, "Anne, hello." And Swank is here. Hi, Swank. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Strawberry Day, happy Polar Bear Day, and happy Pokemon Day. Might have to make a comment in there about Pokemon Day. I didn't know it was Pokemon Day. Hang on. What is your favorite Pokemon? I'm going to have that be one of the questions for tonight. And if you don't know what your favorite Pokemon is, then you're just going to have to go find one that you like. And Swank says hi to Kat. Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says hello, Alex and friends. Jamie was one of the people who was at our stream last night on Kat's channel. It was really awesome to see you there, Jamie. Rob says, Swank, Pokemon Day. Did you get to watch the live event? Ooh, what was their live event? And Stina's here. Hi, Stina. Stina says, hello, Alex and Sir Francis and chat. Yes, thank you for acknowledging Sir Francis, who always is looking over my shoulder in the background. And I'm also curious, Stina, where you are in Dark Sisters, because I know you had to leave early last night so you could continue reading it. Hopefully you made some progress if that's what you wanted to do last night. Talkana's here. Hi, Talkana. And Swank says, Rob, no, I never watched or followed it. And Heidi's here. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, I'm halfway through Sword of the Lictor, Book 3 of Book of the New Sun. Awesome. Heidi says, Wizards in Glass, because that one's her favorite of all of the Dark Tower books. And Stina says, I'm reading Dead of Winter by Darcy Coates today. Wonderful. And Swank says, I'm reading Book of Doors. And Anne says, reading The Remembered Soldier by Anjet Danja. It's on the International Booker Prize long list. Wonderful. Hopefully that's good. And Mary's here. Hi, Mary. Mary says, hello, folks. I'm starting I Who Have Never Known Men. Oh, that is a book that has been talked about before in my streams of the past, and people really like it. Rob, I think you and maybe Zach have both read that. It's by Jacqueline Harpman. I think I've been told I should read that, supposed to read that at some point. Maddie says, Heidi, woof. And Jamie says, it was a great discussion last night. Thanks again, Alex and Kat. I was so jazzed about the book, I called a friend to recommend it. Yay! That makes me so happy to hear. Yes, I've recommended it to 3 friends. I'll probably find somebody else to recommend it to in the future. I recommend it to all of you as well, Dark Sisters, if you enjoy horror and want kind of it's a feminist book. I think it's a feminist book. And Rob says, Mary, 5 stars. And Ron's here. Hi, Ron. He says, hello. And Heidi says, Maddie, Angia, and Albazo back-to-back was super. And Eleanor's here. Hi, Eleanor. Eleanor was there last night as well. And she says, hi, Alex and chat. Hope to finish reading Fever Dream by George R.R. Martin this afternoon. Awesome. Are all of his books really long? Eleanor, how long is that? And Swank says, I just noticed him on the thumbnail. So cute. And Mima's here. Hi, Mima. Mima says 94% into Count of Monte Cristo. You've blown through that. Good for you. I'll definitely be going into a reading slump once it's done. Always happens after reading such a fabulous book. Oh, yeah, because then you're wanting to find something else that can compare. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's the important part. Chris is here. Hi, Chris. Chris says, hello, Alex. Glad you have warmer weather. Hoping for a relaxing evening tonight. Good. Yeah, I'm hoping for a relaxing evening as well. I did my exercising today during my lunch break like I normally do on Fridays. And I was really working out my arms and hoping that will make it to where I'm not too super sore tomorrow so I can work out tomorrow as well. I want to get as much exercising in as I can done before Sunday morning, because Sunday morning my mom has planned for her and I to both go get massages, and we're going to get lunch together, which is super sweet. My mom is so sweet like that. And I want them to work out all of the tension that they can after I do as much work as possible. So we'll see how that goes. I went to physical therapy on Thursday, and I asked for scraping because some friends told me I should try that. That's the first time I've ever been through that. My poor back is so bruised. I'm tender. And Ron says, I'm reading Glass by Sherry S. Tepper and or Wind and Truth by Brandon Sanderson. I do not know Sherry S. Tepper, but of course I know who Brandon Sanderson is. And Heidi says, Stargator, that book is a booktube darling. I got the audio on sale, but I have to still listen. Nice. Talcana says, I'll be working for the next hour at least, maybe longer than trying to finish the fourth dungeon crawler, Carl. Yeah, how are you enjoying the fourth book? I hope you're liking it, and I'm sorry that you still have to work, but I hope that last hour goes by fast. And Zach says, hi. Hi, Zach. Zach was the only man who was at our book club discussion last night. So we all gave him a round of applause and appreciated him for being there. He says, I'll be starting The Men by Sandra Newman or Shadowfell by Juliet Marillier. Not sure what to read. Heidi says, Mima, the Ministries airs on Sunday with the PBS app. I didn't know PBS had an app, but of course they do. Everything has an app anymore. And hi, Angela. Angela was there last night. It's good to see you again. Angela says, hi, Alex, Sir Francis, and chat. I'm in middle grade March mode early this year. I'm beginning New Kid by Anna James. It's my choice for BIPOC author prompt. Wonderful. It actually reminds me of another question I want to ask you all. 1 second. I have no idea if you can actually hear my keys clicking or if it tunes that out. But that'd be kind of funny if you hear my furious typing. Okay. You all are giving me great ideas for questions this week, so thank you. I had some queued, but I like these other ones better. Mary says, thanks, Heidi. I got the audio on Libby. Nick at Books Are Sick recommended the book. And Anne says, it is 2 shots. I hope the second one is not as bad as the first. I hope so for you as well, especially because your body will have built up at least some amount of resistance at that point. I would hope that the second one would be easier. But I have no idea. I don't know anything about the shingles vaccine other than, of course, what it's for. And Jamie says, I'll be finishing up Project Hail Mary tonight. Very nice. And how are you enjoying it, Jamie? I mean, I know you won't give any spoilers, but are you hyped about the ending? Are you like ready for it? Are you hyped for the movie? Estina says, I made some progress on Dark Sisters last night. Today and tomorrow I'm rotating through books I'm trying to finish for February. Very good. Mary says, thanks, Rob, for the encouragement. And Zach says, well, Anne, I did learn that they're doing research into how shingles vaccines seem to help prevent dementia, so that might be another plus. Oh, good. I have not heard anything about that, but that would be beautiful if that's true. He said, yes, I have read I Who Have Never Known Men and the Men by Sandra Newman is one I want to read because of it, so I guess I'll be starting that. Oh, there you go. The choice has been made. How perfect. How fortuitous. And Lauren's here. Hi, Lauren. Lauren says, hi, Alex. I'm reading the Sun Eater series by Christopher Ruocchio. I don't think I said that name. Ruocchio? Maybe I did. I've heard of that one. I have not read it. He said, it's not my favorite. I just finished what is out of Pierce Brown's Red Rising, and holy cow, was it amazing. I've only read the first one of that series, and I need to read the second one. The first one was good. I liked it. And Talcana says, so far, Dungeon Crawler Carl number 4, a lot of fun. They've all been a lot of fun. Good. And Heidi says, Lauren, I DNF Sun Eater after Howling Dark. It's all hype and windbaggery. I remember you saying you didn't really care for that one, Heidi. And Angela says, scraping, yikes, that hurts so badly. My physical therapist would never tell me what visit he was going to do it because I would have canceled. LOL, 18 months of that never knowing, maxed out anxiety. Mine, I'm very happy to say, wasn't as painful. The part that was extremely painful is she didn't realize that she was at one point using the corner, like the physical, like the hard edge of it that's really sharp, and she was digging into my back, and it felt like she was ripping open my skin. And I because I don't respond heavily when I'm in a lot of pain. It takes a lot for me to cry out or anything like that. And I clenched my fist really hard off the side of the edge, and I was like, and she goes, oh, I was using the corner on you. Yeah, that probably didn't feel very good, did it? And then immediately she goes, oh yeah, there's some red scrapes. And I'm like, uh-huh. that hurt really bad. But the rest of it, the part that was smooth, was uncomfortable and definitely not something I would say was a joyous experience, but at least it was not as painful as that. So I'm sorry you've had bad experiences. And I would not appreciate somebody not telling me when they were going to do that. I prefer to also be prepared and not stressed out. Eleanor says, Fever Dream is 334 pages, but feels longer. And Stina says, sorry, both of the shingles vaccines are rough, but I'm sure it's better than actual shingles. Yeah, very true. And Angela says, we have the best book club on YouTube. I like to think so. Kat and I really love you all being there, talking with each other. Jamie says, I'm loving it. Buddy reading it with a friend. We've been having great animated discussions. That's awesome. Talcana says, I'm going to have to watch the Dark Sisters discussion. I DNF'd it early, but maybe I'll give it another try when I'm more in the mood. That's fair. One of the things we talked about very early on is if you can get to like the halfway point, which I know that's a big commitment, but I felt like after I got to about a quarter of the way into the book is when I kind of got hooked into it. And then by the halfway points when things like go crazy after that. So it's like really interesting after that point. But the beginning, like the very beginning, like the first 6 chapters, it just took me a little bit to kind of get into the headspace of the characters. And Jamie says, I'm very excited for the movie. Good. I love that. Hopefully it's good. I mean, it looks like it has a solid cast of one. And Zach says, I read The Gate to Women's Country by Sherry S. Tepper. Hope that other one is better. That was weird. Lauren says, Heidi, I agree, but for some reason I'm still continuing. Just gonna push on, persevere. Stina says, is scraping like gua sha? Yes, it is. That's exactly the same thing. 100%. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, all. Reading the Amalfi Curse by Sarah Penner today. That sounds like fun. Never heard of it. Mima says, Heidi, yes, it's the whole reason I timed the finish of The Count for this week. The Masterpiece adaptation should be wonderful. I have the app. Yay. And Anne says, I have had shingles. I never want that again. Oh, I forgot that you can get that twice. Or more than, I should say, just more than once, because I guess theoretically you could get it way more times than that. But that's awful. I'm so sorry. Melissa says, I bought a few frozen shrimp rings that will be served in about 24 hours. Should I put them in the fridge or the freezer? I would say the fridge. You want them to be thawed out because they're not as tasty when they're frozen. They're really hard to eat and they would not feel good on your teeth. And if you need to rapidly thaw shrimp, the best thing that you can do is put them in like a bowl of room temperature water and just soak them. That way you can like rapidly make them malleable and easier to eat. And as long as you do that right before serving, it won't cause any like sort of foodborne illness issues. You said, I had shingles a few years back, not fun. We'll be getting the shingles vaccine. I definitely think that is wise. Angela says, oh my gosh, I went with my girlfriend to my appointment. And when I came out, she literally screams, why is your neck black and blue? So I had that happen with my mom when I was a little kid. So my mom used to go to a chiropractor and the chiropractor would do that for her. And she would hand me a tube of Aspercream and she wouldn't explain to me like what happened to her at her appointment. And she would lift up her shirt and she was fully black and blue, like her entire back. And I would cry. I am this little kid not knowing. I mean, looked like my mom got beat up. I'm bawling my eyes out and she's telling me like, no, honey, it's okay. You know, they did this because it helps me. It helps me feel better. And I couldn't believe her. I'm like, how on earth could anybody do that to you and it make you feel better? Right. I'm not really sure. I wouldn't say that the scraping made me feel better. I don't think it made me feel any better than if I had just gotten a regular massage, and a regular massage wouldn't leave me with all this bruising and tenderness. So I'm not really sure that scraping is for me, but she said that it released my knots really well. So, and Melissa says, I am not having a great day. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that your evening will be much better, that maybe it can be reconciled in some way and brought back to be wonderful. Rod says, Zach, grass is weird too, but I'm kind of into it. It's like, it's kind of in conversation with Dune. Okay. And Melissa says, I put them in the fridge when I got home from the store. Okay. Yep. That's good. Zach says, now I want shrimp. And Melissa says, the shrimp rings. Yeah, I think if I know what you're talking about, it's the trays. Like that's a big ring of shrimp, but it's got like the sauce in the middle. At least that's what I'm envisioning when you're saying shrimp rings. I could be wrong. Angela says it helps you heal quicker, they say. Well, she wanted to do dry needling on me, and I didn't want somebody to stick a needle in me and go, that helped. Like there's something about that just kind of made me feel weird. So I was like, I guess I'm going to take the scraping instead. And Stina says, I used to go to massage therapists who did gua sha, and it was the only thing that touched my back pain. Well, that's great. I love that. That's wonderful to hear. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. Editing, reading short stories, and doing whatever. I love that. Hopefully you're having a great day. And she says, hi, chat friends. Jamie says, I'm clearly weird. My chiropractor uses scraping and I love it. It really helps with the scar tissue in my neck and shoulder. And I think that's awesome. And it might be based off of like where your pain is. I feel like my knots that I get in my back that I get massage for are able to be worked out through traditional means, and it's not required for the scraping. I just wanted to see if it was more therapeutic. I mean, maybe, and I just had it done. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm going to see long-term benefits like when I go in next week. If my knots aren't as bad and she doesn't have as much to work out, then I know that it's better. So we'll see. And Mary says, hi to Nicole. Melissa says, yep, it's the one with the tray with the sauce in the middle. Yeah. Rob says, Nicole, I have some recommendations of books you'll love. It's always hit or miss with you two on whether or not Nicole will like the ones that Rob recommends. I think that's funny. Zach says, cocktail shrimp is the only shrimp I like. I don't like anything with hot shrimp in it. Okay. Good to know. Zach, have you ever done that thing where you cook the shrimp in lemon juice? And by cooking, I mean like it's the chemical reaction that causes the shrimp to cook, but you actually do it in the fridge. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, it's really cool. And you should look it up because the shrimp do not ever get hot. Ever. It's really weird. And Ian says hello to Nicole. Heidi says, yeah, Mima, I will be with Edmond Dante Sunday night. Yeah. And Magnolia's here. Hi, Magnolia. Magnolia says, hello, Alex, and hello, folks. Nicole says, recommend away, Rob. Stupid spam calls. And Stina says, I've done dry needling. It didn't really do anything, except I bled quite a bit because I take warfarin. See, I've heard from a lot of other people that dry needling did nothing for them, although my physical therapist swears that it does a lot for her patients. And I don't know. If I'm hearing from a bunch of people that it doesn't do anything for them, that's not the thing I really want to spend my time trying, you know. Magnolia says, I'm reading Russian Folklore by Tolstoy. Before this book, I read The Phantom of the Opera, and I really loved it. 5 stars. I recommend, by Gaston Leroux, by the way. Awesome. Keaton was the one that got me to see Phantom of the Opera, the production, for the first time. He owns it on DVD. Zach says, I wonder what that would do to the dead spot on my back where I can't feel anything. Nerve damage. You could always give it a try. I don't think it would hurt. And Anne says, Nicole, did you read of Human Bondage? And Zach says, I haven't tried, but I do know about cooking and lemon juice. I heard it's tasty. Like, it's supposed to be delicious. So, I don't know. Maybe give it a try. Well, everybody, it's really awesome to see so many of you here tonight. Thank you so much for coming. I'm going to go ahead and get us started on our first 45-minute sprint. And my first question for you all, inspired by Angela, is, are you participating in middle grade March or March of the Mammoth? And I meant to put a question mark at the end of that because it's a question. Gosh dang it. On the struggle bus already, I see. All right, there we go. Let's see. And Rob says, Nicole for sci-fi, Dahlgren, Samuel R. Delaney, DNFs at page 40. You will love it. And Zach says, Phantom of the Opera rips. Magnolia says, I haven't watched a play or movie from it, but someone said it's very different from the book. I wouldn't know, but it probably is. Nicole says, I did, and I really liked it. Magnolia says, what does that mean, Zach? Oh, that something rips? It means that it's really good. That's slang for, like, it's awesome. It's like calling something a banger. A banger means it's, like, fantastic. Heidi says, hello, Magnolia. Is there any new actor you are watching now? All right, and then I've got some answers coming in for the question, so I'm going to go ahead and hop over to the, oh, well, might be nice if I shared it, isn't it? That would be great. Wow, good job, me. Excellent. There we go. All right, so I've got the first 45 minutes up. I am going to, I think, start with Reaper Man by Terry Pratchett, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I started Reaper Man and I made it to page 18. I would have gotten further than that, but I realized I was getting super hungry and decided to make myself a little dinner. So, still in the process of eating it. I made myself a sandwich and I have an apple that I was like racing to finish before the timer went off. And I also had some hummus and some little like Stonefire non mini pitas. I love those things, they're super good. But before we left, I asked you all the question: are you participating in Middle Grade March or March of the Mammoth? And Nicole said March of the Mammoth. Awesome. And Stina says, I don't think I made it past page 5 of Dahlgren. Anne says March of the Mammoth. Nicole says, I already own it. I was just looking at it today. This is a sign, Rob. Yeah, that's fair. Very, very fair. Magnolia says, oh, okay. Thanks for explaining. Eleanor says Middle Grade March. Heidi says, I DNF Dahlgren at page 1. This is a book I haven't even heard of, and all of you are talking about how you DNF'd it. That's really interesting. Can anybody give me the premise? Like, what's it? Obviously, you can give me the synopsis from the back of the book, even if you didn't read it. So just tell me what it's supposed to be about. And Alex is here. Hi, Alex. Alex says, morning, everyone. Let's get reading. All right. I like that attitude. And Rob says, Titan John Varley. I got to page 27. Awesome. Ron says, I have no idea what either of those things are, but I'm reading a middle grade book next Monday. Sandry's book by Tamora Pierce. I think it's middle grade, maybe YA. So Middle Grade March and March of the Mammoth are two like read along type things that you can do in the month of March. It's usually like a big community gathering, like different booktubers will say like, hey, I'm participating in this month. And some people will make like bingo cards, so you can try to hit a reading goal for, if you want to read a bunch of middle grade books in March. Or March of the Mammoths is specifically reading books that are over 800 pages. I guess I'm going to be participating in March of the Mammoth because of Wizard and Glass, but it's not intentional. And I very well might not end up finishing this in March, but if I do, I will have successfully read a book that was over 1,000 pages, so it will technically count. Ron says, don't think those terms existed when it was written. And Magnolia says, Heidi, not really at the moment. I almost had a second Steve Martin marathon though, haha, but I watch a little less movies, do a little more gaming and other stuff. No new actors. Still all half my old favorites, which is a lot actually, and Tony, still my number 1, of course. I love that. Bubby, no, you cannot have hummus. Get away from that. Sorry, Barker is here visiting. Are you coming up? Okay. He wants my sandwich. You cannot have my sandwich, you little turd. Angela says, it's so nice to see some greenery in the backdrop because I'm totally over the wintry. Yes, I completely agree. I'm ready for just perpetually nice weather. And Heidi says, I must participate in Mammoth March every month. I have Redwall on deck. Is that middle grade? I'm not sure if it's middle grade, but you do always read really big books, Heidi. That's funny. Stina says, I'm hoping to get through the mysteries of Udolpho next month, and I think that counts as a mammoth. My Kindle version doesn't have actual page numbers, but my audiobook is just over 31 hours long. I would say that probably does count then. That's crazy. Mima says, it's all Krista's fault, but yes, I have my middle grade March books all borrowed on Libby. Very nice. And Magnolia says, maybe, but I will not be officially. I still have a mammoth I need to read, and I might as well do that in March, but I'm not 100% sure. Zach says, I won't officially be doing either, but I do think Shadowfell by Julia Marlier is middle grade. Awesome. And Stina says, I'm planning on doing middle grade March, but haven't planned my books yet. I'm also doing March on the Rails and the Irish Readathon. Very nice. I love it. Yeah. Sorry, I said read along earlier. I meant readathon. Read along, of course, is different. And Mary says, March of the Mammoth first book. Nosferatu by Joe Hill, 995 pages. Very nice. I still need to read a Joe Hill book. And Heidi says, Magnolia, since watching Little Dorrit, I have been watching Matthew McFadden since such a great Mr. Darcy. And I did fall for that Tony Stevens, who is in Jane Eyre and the tenant of Wildfell Hall. Oh, gosh. Hold on a second. Sorry, I just did something weird on my computer I didn't even know I could do. I took my fingers and I splayed them out in 3 like a W, and it blew up my whole screen and made the text like massive. Sorry, I had no idea what was going on there. Anne says, The Remembered Soldier is 562 pages. That's a mammoth to me, plus it's translated. And Heidi says, there is just something attractive about Jane Austen leading men in... Jane Austen leading men in the adaptations. I completely agree. Rob says, I'll start Gunsmith Cats, Burst 8 manga for the sprint, American Elsewhere, Robert Jackson Bennett for March of the Mammoths. Nice. Alex says, I have no idea about either of them. I have 33 middle grade books on my TBR, so I guess I could do that. March of the Mammoth sounds way too challenging for me. I barely get through 2 big books a year. That is totally fair. Yeah. Sometimes if you have a big book that's on your shelf and you've been waiting to read it, March of the Mammoth is kind of a nice, way to just say like, okay, I'm finally going to do it. It gives you a chance to just, buckle down, if you will, but it's definitely not required. And Angela says, middle grade March is definitely on at my place, just beginning my 3rd book, and I have 3 more to follow to complete the group read and the 5 prompts. Awesome. Kat says, I'm participating in middle grade March. Wonderful. And Kelly's here. Hi, Kelly. Kelly says, I'm participating in March of the Mammoth. We have 4 people so far who are going to buddy read The Priory of the Orange Tree. Sorry, I'm laughing, not because I've read that book, but because Keaton read that book, and I know how he felt about it. I feel like I need to read it at some point just so I could kind of form my own opinion, but I hope you all end up really liking it. And Swang says, I'm doing Mammoth March. I just had delivered my 800 pages, the end of the Was We Know It. That's a fun title. And Rob says, I just found out that Dan Simmons Hyperion died on the 21st of February. And he, of course, was also the author of The Terror. And I said, because I had looked it up, he apparently died of a stroke. He was only 77, so I didn't realize he was still so young. And I said I didn't have an idea either. And Magnolia says, Heidi, I haven't heard of any of these, so I have to look them up. Carmen's here. Hi, Carmen. Carmen says, hi, Alex. Hi, everyone. I'll be participating in both the middle grade March and March of the Mammoths. Very nice. Kelly says, made it to page 32 and 352 of The Girl Who Heard Dragons, a short story collection by Anne McCaffrey. That sounds really nice. And JB says, made a sandwich for a late lunch and read Project Hail Mary. Part of the sandwich crew, Jamie. I love sandwiches. They're like one of my favorite things in the world. Only 24 pages left. Awesome. You're almost there. You're probably like chomping at the bit, like, please, let's just get back to the reading. And Heidi says, Magnolia, look up Matthew McFadden and Darcy actor. And Barry says, 33 pages and creeping out. Intrigued. And Nicole says, okay, this is clearly a bad sign. It could be fortuitous for you, though. You don't know. You could end up loving it. And Melissa says, read 37 pages and got to page 118. Awesome. Great job. And Rob says, Dahlgren, the kid, a bisexual amnesiac poet navigating Bologna, a mythical, isolated Midwestern city in a state of chaotic, surreal decay. Well, I don't typically like amnesia stories, so that's kind of a turnoff for me. I'm giving Project Hail Mary a go because I liked The Martian and because I like the premise of the story, but I am nervous about the amnesia. I don't think a lot of authors do amnesia very well, so that already kind of puts me off. Nicole says, synopsis, a stranger walks into town. I'm not sure anyone made it even that far in Dahlgren. And Stina says, I got to 12%, The Confessions of Franny Langton. Very good. And Zach says, I loved The Protector of the Small series by Tamara Pierce. Protector of the small. That sounds cute. Heidi says, that is the problem with Dahlgren. Super weird sci-fi that is hard to figure out what is happening. And Jamie says, not purposefully participating in either, but I am still working my way through the Count of Monte Cristo. Yes. Ron says, read a bit of Grass, then switched to the audiobook of Wind and Truth. While I ate, I am in the middle of the Sanderlanche. Cool. Great job. And Nicole says, technically you're supposed to start the book in March, but I don't think the Mammoth Police will come for you. Well, I haven't technically started Wizard and Glass, and if I don't show it on camera and nobody knows if I started, then I won't be in any trouble. No, I will tell you all that reading long books historically for me usually ends up taking multiple months because I read other books in tandem with the longer books. So unless it's at the point where like my attention is completely captivated by that one book at all times and I don't want to read anything else, it just takes me longer to get through them. So if I manage to read Wizard and Glass in 1 month, that would be pretty incredible. And it's doable. I could do it if I only focus on that one more than anything else. But a cat told me not to stress myself out about it, and I appreciate it. Rob says, Dahlgren dialogue. Who? Him? What? Do you see the eagle? I'm not from the South. Jamie says, puppy. Yeah, Bubby, he left when he realized he wasn't getting any more food. And what's unfair is I gave him little pieces of naan, not obviously not with like hummus or anything on it, but like just tiny little pieces of naan. And he came up here and wanted my sandwich, a little turd. Melissa says, not really, but I might do a middle grade book. Awesome. Magnolia says, I have never read a Jane Austen, by the way. I am a huge fan of Pride and Prejudice. I love the movie with Keira Knightley, the TV series with, oh my God. How did I just space on his name? Oh, that makes me so mad. Hang on. Hang on. How did I forget? Who plays Darcy in the mini series? Colin Firth. There we go. Colin Firth. I can't believe I spaced on his name. And the book. Like, all of them are fantastic. And Zach says, I listened to Daughters of the Moon from My Dark Sisters playlist, then started The Men by Sandra Newman, which is good so far. It's about all the men in the world disappearing at once. Oh. Zach, let me know how that one goes for you, if you think it's really good and worth a read, because that kind of sounds intriguing. It's giving similar vibes to when I read Stephen King's Sleeping Beauties, where all of the women go to sleep and they mentally wind up in another world. So all of the men are separated from all of the women. That story ended up being pretty interesting. And Ron says, I'll say no to March of the Mammoths then. I feel like I've been reading nothing but huge books this year and I need a break. Absolutely. That is valid. And Zach says, Tenet of Wildfell Hall is my favorite classic, and I gave 5 stars to Priory of the Orange Tree also. Cool. I'm glad to hear that you enjoyed it. And Swank says, I made and ate a chicken sandwich crew, and huge Cara Cara orange, and watched an episode of Community. I don't know what a Cara Cara orange is, but that sounds tasty. I want to make homemade orange juice. Alex says, I still haven't read Hyperion, but I've owned a copy of it for the last 15 years. Well, that's supposedly the best of all of his works. So if you're going to like one of them, I assume it will probably be that one. Telkana says not doing either, participating in Realmathon, though. What's Realmathon? Is that related to film? Like, I'm thinking like a film reel? Or is that, no, that's spelled differently, isn't it? Y'all have to keep in mind, I'm one of the world's worst spellers. So, Realmathon. I don't know. Tell me what that is. That sounds cool. And Kat says, Barry says hello. Hi, Barry. He brought home Chinese food for dinner. Ooh. You having like General Tso's or orange chicken or something? It's probably tasty. Nicole says, I don't know. I also looked at page 1 and put it back on the shelf. Oh, no. Also, how old is this Dahlgren book? Like, is this one that just came out and that's why you all are talking about it? Or is this one that's been out for a really long time and it's just known to kind of be hard? And Alex says, Telkana, my brain always pronounces it real mathon instead of realm. Oh! Oh my God. Thank you, Alex. Okay. Fellow Alex knew exactly what my brain was doing. Yes, realm-a-thon. Okay. So I'm gonna take a guess that that's a fantasy thing then, which that would also be really cool. And Magnolia says, never heard of Realmathon. And you said, oh my God, I read it as Realmathon as well. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. And Anne says, a soldier in my book has amnesia. Hopefully it's done well. Melissa says, doing a March Madness event through a Facebook group. Fun. And Jamie says, I think the amnesia storyline is well done in Project Hail Mary. I think you'll like it. I do remember you telling me that you thought it was well done, which is awesome. Kelly says, we did the math and we only need to read 26 pages a day to finish the priority over the orange tree in March. Oh, that's very doable. Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. You can do it. And of course, that's also assuming that that's the only thing that you all read. If you want to read anything else, you'd have to read more pages than that. But yeah. And Swank says, sorry, it's the end of the world as we know it. It's written by different authors. The stories take place in the same world of The Stand. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay. I know what you're talking about. It's The Stand by Stephen King. Zach says, I loved Project Hail Mary. I liked it only fractionally less than The Martian. I'm hoping that I love it even more than The Martian because I did enjoy The Martian. I gave that one 4 stars. Super solid book. It's still a story that I think about today, and it's one that I would recommend. There's just something about it that it was lacking to me, and I hope that Project Hail Mary fills that gap. I feel like I wasn't as like emotionally connected with the characters in The Martian. I understood the plight and like envisioning what that situation would have been like for him. Like I remember getting choked up in the book reading it and thinking about myself in that scenario and like how completely and totally alone you would be and not knowing that people are out there like looking at you and watching you and like wanting you to succeed. Like that part is what made the book so great, but I didn't feel like attached to the main characters specifically. I hope that makes sense. And Nicole says, you don't have to finish it in March. The idea is supposed to be to just start it. Oh, well, success. I will have at least accomplished that. And Swank says, never read any of Jane Austen either. Nicole says, I don't like amnesia trope either, but it didn't bother me in Project Hail Mary. Okay, good. And Alex saying, Colin Firth. Yes, Colin Firth is awesome. And LOL to Alex and all the rest of us that the 2 Alexes and Magnolia all were confused about Realmathon. And Ron says, you said Sanderlanche, like it's a French word. It's portmanteau of Sanderson and avalanche. Sanderlanche. Cool. Okay, I like that. That's fun. I'm really succeeding in my pronunciations tonight. And Magnolia says, I still have some of her books on my wish list. Perhaps says, Project Hail Mary, Eva Strat, loved her jazz hands. Oh, you don't like my jazz hands? Hey, you don't have a choice. You're going to see him anyway. And Nicole says, Colin Firth, I can't believe you forgot his name. I told you I couldn't believe I forgot it either. I know who he is. I've seen him in so many things, but I'm also terrible with names. And Magnolia says, but I first want to read a book before I'm going to watch an adaptation. That's the way I like it best. Yes, 100%. And Heidi says, you will not put Wizard and Glass down once you are in the story. I hope that's true. And Stina says, I had no idea Dan Simmons was local until I read his obituary this morning. Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Zach says, I didn't care for Hyperion much. A Winter Haunting was my favorite Dan Simmons. Alex says, apparently the Dahlgren book came out in 1975. Okay, so it has a history, if you will. Kat says, shrimp lo mein, some shrimp fried rice, an egg roll, a crab rangoon, and a Sprite. A very unhealthy but yummy dinner. I mean, at least you're getting some protein in there. I mean, among the carbs, but I've been very guilty of that as well. I mean, you gotta love lo mein and fried rice. Jamie says, I haven't read The Martian yet, but now it's on my list for sure. I think you'll enjoy it. I really do. And Nicole says, question for those who have read Project Hail Mary, do you feel like the trailer is a major spoiler? I have not watched the trailer, so I'm glad that I haven't if you feel that it is. Mima says, Project Hail Mary, 5 glorious stars. And Magnolia says, oh no, I just thought of the book I might plan to read, and it is between 500 and 600 pages, so that isn't even a mammoth. Guess I am not even participating, reading it or not. But you know what? You should still read it if you want to. That's the key. Just read it if you want to. Zach says, I read Prairie of the Orange Tree in like 2.5 days. I couldn't put it down. I ended up reading The Martian in one sitting. I started at like 8 p.m. and stayed up all night. Wow, that's awesome. I love that for you, Zach. Rob says, Google Samuel R. Delaney, fascinating individual. All right, let me put it in my Samuel R. Delaney. There we go. Now it's in my queue, so I'll look at that when I open my phone again. Swag says, jazz hands are sacred. Rob says, jazz hands is in the book. Your jazz hands are magnificent. Okay. I got you. Thank you. I was like, dang, Rob coming for my jazz hands. And Stina says the 70s were weird. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like they were. And Kelly says, oh, heavens, no. I just read the first page of Dahlgren on the read sample, and no, not going to read it. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. This is getting really funny. I'm making a note for myself because I want to go and read the first page. I already started spelling it wrong, even with how many times I've seen you all spell it on the screen. Okay. There we go. I am going to write in my notes that I'm going to read the first page of Dahlgren because I'm really curious of what this is. And Zach says, it took me 12 years to read Wizards and Glass. And Stina says, yes, the trailer is a huge spoiler. Well, shame on them for that. JB says, yes, Nicole, and that irritated me so much. Don't watch the trailer if you haven't seen it. Okay, well, I won't. And Heidi says, yes, the trailer has the biggest spoiler ever. That's so stupid. And Stina says, if you have not read Project Hail Mary, do not watch the trailer. The midway twist is amazing. The trailer just ruins it. Zach says, the Project Hail Mary trailer is a spoiler, I guess, but I don't think it's important because it's the second half of the book, not like Sixth Sense twist. Oh. Yeah, I've only watched Sixth Sense once, and oh my gosh, I bawled. That's such a good movie. Magnolia says, trailers these days are mostly just the whole movie. They are, but the other weird part is they will include scenes that they cut out of the movie. So, like, I've watched trailers before where I get engaged based off of something that was in the trailer, and then I watch the movie and it doesn't even exist in the movie. Have you all experienced that before? It can't just be me. I can't think of an example, but I know that that's happened. And Delcana says, don't think I'll actually finish this month. It's halfway through, halfway through Last Wheel of Time book 912. Don't want to pick up another mammoth quite so soon. Oh, 100%. Yeah, and that's a big book. Plus, you've been reading the other Wheel of Time books, which are all huge. So, yeah, that makes sense. Swang says, The Martian has much more science talk than Project Hail Mary. Loved Hail Mary. Yes, the trailer does give away the best part of the story. Okay. I liked all the science talk in The Martian. That was actually one of the most engaging parts to me. And one of the reasons I think I still think about that book is because it had so much relevant and science-based information that it really makes you consider, like, okay, what would we do? What will we do when we eventually get to Mars? And I love that. I thought that was awesome. Even if some of it seems a little far-fetched because of just all the things that he's able to do by himself, like, because he's really a one-man show up there. Like, it's crazy, but there are people out there in the world that are super resourceful and are capable of building things out of anything. So it definitely could happen. And Alex says, Nicole, I would say the trailers are absolutely spoilery. Nicole says, wow, now I need to add challenge to my TBR. Sounds like an easy unhaul. Rob says, all movies trailers are spoilers. Yeah, they are definitely to a degree. And Nicole says, I'm glad it wasn't just me. I was shocked, especially since I thought the book community did a good job of staying quiet about spoilers. I'm really good about burying my head in the sand when it comes to things that I haven't watched or read and just not allowing myself to engage with anything about it so I don't hear anything. It is, unless somebody comes up to me completely unprompted and just says something about it and I can't like prepare and be like, no, don't tell me. I never get spoiled for things. And I like that. And Magnolia says, that's weird. I haven't seen that myself. Jamie says, yes, Alex, I used to love trailers. Now I kind of avoid them. Talkana says, I've been reading Wheel of Time for like 3 years now, not all back to back. I wouldn't be able to read them back to back either. And when I start them, I do want to start Wheel of Time next year, which I know that that seems like a long time away, but it's going to go by so fast. And then, like, once Kat and I are done with the Dark Tower, I'll feel very comfortable just going ahead and starting that because I want to get into another fantasy series. I'm hoping that I can kind of like get back that feeling that I had when I used to read the original, George R. R. Martin books, like Game of Thrones, because I was obsessed with those when I first started reading them. And Swank says, I felt that way with Hail Mary. Tokana says, I avoid trailers. They spoil the look and feel of movies, if nothing else. Alex says, I hate when they cut things out that were in the trailer, and I hate when they cut things out that were in the theatrical release, but not on the DVD release. Yeah, I don't get why they do that. Like if it's appealing enough that you put it in a trailer, how is it not appealing enough that you keep it in the movie? I don't get it. But I guess it's because they make I guess I know what happens. They make the trailers before the movies are actually done being produced. It's not like they make the trailer once the thing's like the cut is finished. They make it before. So the director, whoever goes and they edits it down from there and they're like, "Well, we already released the trailer. Can't do anything about it now." That part's just not making it in. Which the fact that they have to promote movies so far in advance that that's the process is kind of wild as well. Heidi says, Tokana, I am bringing Wheel of Time or binging Wheel of Time for the second time. Jamie says that happened a lot or happens a lot in trailers. I look forward to something I saw in a trailer and it's not in the movie. Magnolia says, but maybe they make different trailers in my country. I mean, I'm sure they do to a degree. I mean, maybe they're I don't know, like their film industry it has different standards. That could be the case. And Rob's like, Wheel of Time. You say Wheel of Time was boring. It put you to sleep. Heidi says Wheel of Time was real good. Even better the second time. I do love that for you, Heidi. All right, everybody. That was an awesome discussion. Thank you so much. I will go ahead and get us into our next 45-minute sprint. Actually, because we're talking about movies, I feel like this question I already had queued up as appropriate. Do you like going out to the movies or prefer to stream them at home? So there you go. That'll be the next question. And Eleanor says, have you read Night of the Seven Kingdoms, Alex? My first Martin book and the HBO show, good too. No, I have not read Night of the Seven Kingdoms. And Talkana says, it's good. Damn is a walk in the woods. But damn, is it a walk in the woods? Okay, I got you. And Magnolia says, I'm going to go when the sprints start. Have a great day, night, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye, Magnolia. It was awesome to see you. Thank you for coming. And Nicole says, Wheel of Time, run through one city, and you've run through them all. Oh, no, we're going to start a fight in the comments about who loves Wheel of Time and who thinks they're boring. Just know, I have nothing to do with it. I have no dog in this fight. I got nothing. All right, you all have your next question. Got the next 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm going to finish my sandwich. Oh, and drink some water. Hydrate. This is your reminder. I'm going to go check on Barker and Keaton, see how they're doing. Then I'm going to dive back into my books. And I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 36 in Reaper Man. And I'm trying to figure out with this book, because the premise of it is mildly similar to that of Mort. So Mort was the fourth Discworld novel that ever came out, and the idea was that Death took an apprentice, and then he kind of took a vacation, and he just went off and decided to live life as a human, and he liked cats, and he worked as a cook, and his assistant had to take over and kind of like became the embodiment of Death, and things were in disarray until that time that his apprentice like stepped up and figured out how things worked. And now we're in a situation, the premise of this book is Death is being fired. He's being retired, if you will, from being the Grim Reaper, and now he's been given a death sentence, like, because it's supposed to be that the Grim Reaper lives forever, and in this case, he now has a, so every human has like a watch, if you will, or a an hourglass where the sand is ticking for their life. And the Grim Reaper never had any sand in his. His was just timeless. And now he's been given one where the time is rapidly going away. So he knows that he's going to die soon. And it's his opportunity to live as a human. Well, now nobody's collecting any of the dead people. So I know it's different than Mort, but I'm excited to see where this one goes, where the story isn't the same as like, you know, hey, Death is on, it's like Death's on vacation again, right? But there's nobody to pick up the slack yet. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. The premise of it's cute because we get to see some of the characters that we've been with in the past. And before we left, I asked you all the question, do you like going out to the movies or prefer to stream them at home? Let me find where we were. I know I marked it. Did I go past it? I thought I marked it. Guess I didn't. There we go. Telcana says, my phone keeps autoing but to it. Stupid phone. Heidi says, the last movie I saw in the theater was one of those new robot Star Trek flicks with Chris Pine. Oh, reboot. Sorry. Reboot Star Trek flicks with Chris Pine. That's been a minute, Heidi. And Rob says, Nicole, so we're at 5.5 with Wheel of Time. And Anne says, my wife is having a crisis. Neil Sedek passed away. Oh, I'm sorry. So that must have been somebody that she really loved and enjoyed. I'm so sorry. And Alex says, I love going to the cinema, but I only go for movies I am completely hyped for. Other movies I just watch at home. Very fair. Keenan and I have kind of become that way as well, especially with how expensive movies have gotten as a date. Like for the two of us to go to a movie and get 1 popcorn and 2 drinks is the price of like a nice dinner, right? And I mean, of course, like it's the experience, it's the entertainment, but I don't know, because you want to usually eat before you go to, and so it's, I don't know. It's sad that the last time that we went, it ended up being $65. And Jamie says, the best movies are meant to be seen in theaters with other people, a communal experience. I go to see movies every week. I do agree with you about that. And there are some films I've seen that, like, when I got out of the theater, I was so excited that I saw it on the big screen. Bullet Train was one of those movies. We absolutely loved Bullet Train. It was hilarious. The cinematography was great. The actors did an amazing job. Of course, the thing I loved, it took place on a train. It was just awesome. It was like everything that I wanted in a movie. And then there's other ones that we've seen where it's like, okay, we could have just watched that at home. And there, of course, are other films, like films that have been out for a long time. We finally watched John Carpenter's The Thing. We both really enjoyed it. We can't believe that at the time that it came out, it was critically panned across the board, because I don't know how people didn't enjoy it. It has a lot of similar motifs to Alien, which is one of the most rated movies of all time. But yeah, we watched that, and that would have been one that would have been interesting to see in theaters. But of course, we couldn't have seen that in theaters, and so watching it at home is the next best thing. So yeah, I mean, I think it does depend on the movie. And Stina says, I enjoy going to our indie cinema, especially for the early showings. It's just such a great venue overall and has a nice cafe and bar as well. Oh, that's sweet. I love that. And Mima says, movies at home for sure. My recliner is comfy and the popcorn's cheaper. That is true. That is very true. Stina says, but I'm less and less able to sit through a feature film, which makes streaming at home appealing, and my dentist gripes at me when I eat popcorn. Yeah, I will say that anymore, every time I go to the movie, by the end, I so desperately have to pee, but I refuse. In most instances, I refuse to get up, which means that by the end of the film, I'm just sitting there like, please, please just let this be over. Which sounds so bad, but it's kind of just the way that things are. Whereas when we watch it at home, you know, we can pause it as much as we need to. The only downside is a lot of times Barker prevents us from wanting to watch the film because he'll get up and he'll want to play or he'll want to go outside. Or it feels like whenever we watch a movie at home, we pause it so many times and it takes us forever to watch a 2-hour film. As the only nice part about when you go to the movie theater is like you sit and you watch it all the way through and then it's done. Heidi says, I probably will try to see the Mandalorian and Grogu film if they have a 10 a.m. showing while Luke is in the school. Yeah, I hope you can do that. That would be fun. Zach says, I used to go to the movies at least twice a week, but around 2017, I got sick of everything trying to be a Marvel movie. Then COVID killed what was left of the industry, pretty much stopped watching. I also don't watch Marvel movies anymore. I mean, I used to watch all of them. I think a lot of people did, you know, used to go to most of them. I can't say I saw all of them. I've never seen any of the Captain America movies, but I saw, you know, the Iron Man films. I saw the Guardians of the Galaxy. I saw the first two Avengers films. I never saw the last one. I have no idea. I mean, I know parts of what happened because everybody knows, you know, the big thing on the internet at the time when they were watching it, but never went to go see that. I just got so sick of it that every time I see a new Marvel film, there is zero interest in me to go to a theater or stream it at home. So it's just been forever. And it like my dad, they watch all of them, like every single one that comes out, they go to see it because that's one of their big things. And the number of times he's made me watch one of those movies that I just don't have any interest in seeing. It's like I don't want to. And Kelly says, go to the movies. I work from home and I don't leave the house enough. That's very fair. That's a good reason to want to go to the movies. And Stina says, and Brian is nearly deaf, so the cinema experience isn't great for him. I usually go alone or with a book club friend or group. And actually, Stina, I have a question about that. Have you been to a theater before where they offer like assisted listening devices for people, or does your theater offer special viewings that have subtitles? Because I've heard about those, but I know that it's very specific instances where it's offered. And Swank says, I just downloaded a sample of Dahlgren and read a few pages till the porn started. Hard pass. I just did the exact same thing, Swank. At the very beginning of Sprints, I downloaded the sample on my phone and I did the first 3-page swipes and I couldn't do it. Not only was the language, I mean, I understood what was going on, but it was just too much to explain what was going on. It was pretentious. And then it got really creepy and I was like, no, I'm done. Thanks. I said, I do like going to the movies, but I don't have a working car, so I wait till they come on the movie channels. That's very fair. Rob says, streaming at home, the movie theater across the street closed, so that's it for me on a regular basis. A few theaters I've been to after that smelled like ass. I don't think I've ever been to a theater that smelled bad, so that makes me very sad for you. I'm sorry that the theater across from you closed down and that the other ones around you are stinky. Kat says, I enjoy both. However, I prefer going out to the movies, especially for horror, action, or fantasy films. Alicia's here. Hi, Alicia. Alicia Yo says, I can't stick around, but I've left my mark. I'll go to the theater if it's something I'm really excited to see. Yeah, anymore, Keaton and I, we're only going to spend that money if it's something that we're like, oh, that would be really great to see in theaters, which is why we ended up going to see Wuthering Heights. And that was my idea, of course, because I was like, oh, this looks really interesting. And I am glad that I saw it but knowing that it isn't anything like the book is also weird to have seen that because now I need to read the book. Alicia says, Cat. Cat says, with that being said, we're about to stream something in the comfort of our living room. Sometimes it's just convenience, right? And you can rent a movie for $3 or watch it on one of the streaming services that you already pay for. Alicia says, oh, Barker. Yeah, he's a good boy. He heard me say his name. I wonder if he'll come back in here. Kat says, yo, Alicia. And Rob says, hello to Alicia. We have another Alicia. Our two came in at the same time. I love that. And Alicia says, hey, Alex, happy Friday. Just joining, finishing up dinner. I'll be planning my reading and prepping for weekend activities, oil change, decluttering, kids' rooms, sprints, and the Switch. That's a lot that you already have planned for the weekend. So good for you. He said, I like going to the movie theaters, but it is getting expensive. Yes. So I pick and choose the movies I see and wait for the rest to come to streaming. Absolutely. Ron says, I've got to go now. Thanks for sprints. He's probably long gone, but thanks for coming, Ron. And Kelly says, I made it to page 40 and the girl who heard dragons folded a load of clothes and swept the main entryway in preparation for the booth stuff gathering. Nice. Love it. And Mary says, movies at home, theaters smell and are sticky. There's like one memory that my grandma Julie and I will always have is whenever I would stay with her for a couple weeks every summer, and we always had a wonderful time, but she would take me to the matinee at one of the local theaters, and it was one of those where you could go to a movie for like, I don't know, it was like $8 or something like that. And we went and we sat down in the very back row. We always like to sit in the back. She's one of the only people I know that enjoys that the same way that I do. It's like likes to be at the very top. And I sat down in the seat and I heard this loud crunch and I like launched myself up out of the chair and we couldn't stop laughing, but I had sat on a nacho container that somebody had left in the seat and they had missed cleaning it up because it had gotten folded. It was like one of those seats that still folded, not the ones that you sit in now with the recliners. And I was just lucky that I didn't get nacho cheese all over my butt. So when you say that they're sticky, that's just the first thing that came to my mind. And Stina says, I got my middle grade March TBR figured out. Max in the House of Spies, Sisterhood of Sleuths, Weaver's Daughter, Ice Wolves, and Amari and the Night Brothers. Well, you got it all lined up. I love that. Mary says, 30 pages, still enjoying, 112 pages to go. Woo woo. And Melissa says, read 45 pages, got to about the halfway point in the Amalfi Curse. Well, great job. Made great progress. Said, I like to go out to the movies. Angel's here. Hi, Angel. And Angel came at the beginning of Kat and I's stream last night, and I know you had to go too because you're still reading The Dark Sisters, so thanks for popping in, Angel. She said, hello, everyone. Stream at home. Andrew won't. He won't. Something my seat. I don't know what, I think something got cut off, but you can explain what you meant by that, Angel, if you want to. And Melissa says, I do stream movies from time to time. And you said, I'm very choosy as to what I watch in movie theaters, which is very fair. Unless you're one of those, what do they call? I mean, every movie theater franchise has like their own pass system. Like the AMC's has the A-list, it's like Stubs program or something like that, where you pay for it and there's like a certain number of movies that you can go to every month. Like if you're a huge movie goer, I can see where that would have a lot of value. And back when Keaton and I first started dating and we were going to the movies all the time, we thought about becoming a member to that. But then as time went on, there was just less and less that we were interested in actually seeing in the theater. And so now it just wouldn't be worth it for us. And Jamie says, finished Project Hail Mary. Really, really enjoyed it. Yay, I love it. That's great. Said, oh yeah, there are definitely theaters that aren't well maintained and smell. I guess I've just been lucky and haven't been to one of those. Sina says, yeah, all of them offer something, usually a sort of device that has text scrolling across a tiny screen. It's not great. The Indie used to offer open captions on every Friday show, on early Friday shows, excuse me, but no more. I'm sorry. That seems like something that they would improve for accessibility, not something that they would want to take away. I'm really sorry. Angela says, I seldom watch a movie. Not my thing. Very fair. Jamie says, I do have to admit that I don't actually have to pay for most of my theater visits, so that does make a difference. That is fair. Absolutely. And, if Keaton and I were able to get free movies, we probably would go more frequently as well. And Swank says, Kelly, I'm really enjoying Book of Doors. Yay! And Jamie says, ooh, never sit in the back row. Things happen back there. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. I wasn't really thinking about that. You said, I worked in theaters for 20 years. I've seen things. Oh, I can only imagine, I'm sure. And Eleanor says, finish my book. Good job. Proud of you. Melissa says, I also get DVDs from the library to cut down on costs. Oh, that's a great idea. Absolutely. I don't know that I've ever rented a movie from the library, but I know that they have quite a few options. So I should look into that. Angel says, LOL, he won't kick my seat. And Jamie says, the AMC A-list program allows you to see 4 movies. 4 movies a week? Wow, that's a lot of movies. That's a lot. I mean, I guess if you go often enough and there's movies you really like and you're like so into that you'd want to watch the same movie like multiple times, that could be really beneficial. Or if you're somebody that just likes to see everything out, like one of my favorite groups on YouTube, I've been watching them for many years, is Red Letter Media. And I watch all their like best of the worst programs and some of their movie reviews that they do. How I even got into watching like John Carpenter films was because of a compilation that they did where they were talking, they rated like every single John Carpenter film in order of like least to best in their opinion. That's how I ended up watching the movie Matinee as well, which was from a different director. So like there definitely are people that like they will watch every movie that comes out because especially if that's your job is to review it, that could be really beneficial. I would not have any personal use for going to the movies 4 times a week, especially because I have to drive a little bit to get to a movie theater. So it'd just be like way out of the way to be able to go. But I mean, it's cool. Like it's cool if that's something that you're into. And Kelly says, I'm so glad, Swank. I can't decide if I like it or not. And Melissa says, I like sitting in the back row, can more easily play on my phone if there is nobody in my row. Swank says, Jamie, I worked at a dollar theater in high school. Jamie says, I don't know how much it is a month, though. Sure, it's probably a pretty penny. Rob says, AMC Stubs A-list typically costs between $19.99 and $27.99 per month plus tax. But here's the thing, if the cost of going to a movie, like so Keaton and I going $65. So if I went just by myself, we'll say $32.50, right? Like you could pay per month less than it costs for you to go see a movie just once by yourself. That's crazy to me. I mean, and it is value. That is value. Got to give them that. I just wonder if you have to pledge like to a certain number of months. Probably not. It probably just like any other subscription service. But Alex says, I wish my job was to review stuff. I contemplated it when I was going to theater plays every week and writing silly reviews on my personal blog, but COVID killed that hobby. I'm sorry, Alex. That's a bummer. I love that you used to do that, though. That's really fun. Angel says, I remember back in the day, I went to see Pirates of the Caribbean 5 times. By the last time, I fell asleep through most of it. Pirates of the Caribbean, the first 3 movies were ones I've seen countless times. The 4th movie I have watched multiple times, and I still enjoyed it. The 5th movie I only saw once. So I don't know if I'll ever watch it again. Well, thank you, everybody. That was really fun. And let's see, we're at the 2-hour, 45-minute mark. We've been having a lot of really good discussions, which is why our time is a little bit higher on this. So I'm going to do another 45. We'll just kind of see where the night takes us, which means I'll ask you all your next question, which is going to be, what is one thing that can instantly make your bad day better? I think that this is a positive question. So that'll be our next one. Let's see. And Jamie said it looks like it's about $30 a month. So based on today's ticket prices, you only have to go a couple times a month. You do have to subscribe for a minimum. Oh, there it is. Minimum of 3 months. Then you can cancel anytime. Okay. Melissa says, went to see Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix close to 10 times the summer it came out. Wow. I think that's the most I've heard about somebody going to the theater. I do know that my grandma Julie took my mom and my uncle out to see Smokey and the Bandit. I think it was like 5 times when that first came out. And when the original Star Wars came out, I think they saw that like 7 times. And Jamie says, I've seen Sinners in theater 4 times already and plan to see it again before the Oscars. Sinners was amazing. So I could understand why you'd want to go see that multiple times. Really great movie. Awesome music. The score is fantastic. All right, everybody. I got another 45 minutes up on the clock. Going to wish you all happy reading, and I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 66 in Reaper Man, so I made really good progress. That was, I don't know. I was very focused during the last sprint, which was nice. I can tell I'm feeling really exhausted now, though, and I don't know why exactly. Maybe my blood sugars finally, like my insulin and everything, kicked in, and everything's evening out. No, I'm not sure. But I suddenly got very exhausted. But before we left, I asked you all the question, what is one thing that can instantly make your bad day better? I think that this is a nice positive question. Stina says, I think I saw E.T. in the cinema at least 4 times when it came out. That's awesome. Kelly said, a nap instantly makes my bad day better. I also take naps when I'm feeling overwhelmed, or it's kind of like my body just shuts down and is like, no, you need to sleep now. And I do typically feel better when I wake up. I think for me as well, two other things that always improve my day are, one, when Barker decides he wants to snuggle in with me real good on the couch. It's super sweet because I love him being close by when he just wants to nap with me. And the other thing is helping people. I have found that if I'm ever feeling really down in the dumps, like trying to make another person feel better, like if I can tell that they're having a bad day or they're having a hard time, instantly lifts up my spirits. So, yeah, I think that's a positive thing. And Stina says, a hug from Brian usually does the trick. That's so sweet. Alex says, sleeping, being wrapped in blankets, and eating delicious food. Oh yes, great food also is an amazing mood lifter. Swank says, when I was a kid, my mom and I would go to the movies all the time. If we liked it, we'd sit there, watch it again, and sometimes 3 times. I'd go see horror movies with my brother or best friend. That's so sweet. Heidi says, an unexpected check from the government, a spur of the moment live chat with Remmel Broadcasting, my husband surprising me with the day off, or one of my sisters popping in after work. Those are all really great things, Heidi. Thanks for sharing. Jamie says, I'm just going to piggyback off the previous question and say going to a movie. Movies have been my escape since I was a kid. I will never not love movies. Yeah, that's awesome. And that makes a lot of sense for you, Jamie, given the fact that you have made, your own short film and stuff before, which is awesome. Swank says, things always get better when I see animals. Thanks for the sprints. Hopping over to Kelly's 7 p.m. sprint. Y'all have a good week. Oh, thanks for coming, Swank. I know you're probably long gone. And Heidi says, oh, also Frank Fiction book review or a 2-week wait on an audiobook coming available early. Thank you for that, Heidi. And Swank says, I'm back. It's at 8. Well, she's probably gone again. And says, knowing a book that I love is waiting for me. Yeah. Kat says, we started season 1 of The Last of Us. Oh, fun. Very nice. I never played the game and I didn't watch the show, but I know it was extremely popular. I think another thing too is just like going browsing at a bookstore, even if you don't buy anything. And I also enjoy just going to the library. Something about being around like all the potential of the things that I can read is exciting. I love being surrounded by books. Rob says, bad day better, book I have on hold arrives. Yeah. Kat says, my dog can instantly make a bad day better. Yeah. Yeah, your puppers are really sweet. And Carmen says, I'm with Kat. My dog gives the best cuddles that can brighten any bummer day. Animals have that beautiful effect. And Rob says, Kat, when Alex told me what her job entails, I asked if she was the one I go to if I want a chocolate swan fountain. And yeah, so that was the original story. So Rob always likes to say whenever he hears that I hosted an event that was the time that I got the chocolate swan fountain. So he always ends up bringing that up. I did not have one at my last event, Rob. I hosted a breakfast and ended up catering for 128 people. And handed out some cards. I actually I made them myself, and I got a custom made stamp. And basically we created like a loyalty card for people that like every time that they come to one of my events, they get a little stamp. And after they come to 9 events in a year, so they get prizes throughout. But the big thing at the end is once you've come to 9 events, you get entered for a chance to win baseball tickets, which I thought was really fun because that was, an event that we did last year and we're planning on doing it again this coming year. So they're like premium seats, not just like standard tickets, but like really, really nice seats. So yeah, it's been busy. I think that's part of the reason I've been so tired is like there's just a lot going on right now with my job and I'm feeling kind of overwhelmed by it all because it's one of those anticipation is the most exhausting part. Like once we actually get into it, I know it'll be really busy and it'll be stressful, but it'll be nice because at least I'm doing something. When you're like waiting for shit to hit the fan, that's like one of the worst feelings. And Keaton's here. Keaton says, "Hi everyone." Delcana says, "Food. I think most of the time I'm in a grumpy mood. I'm just hungry or hangry." Yeah. Yeah, I can understand that. And Melissa says, "What makes a bad day better is getting a bunch of podcasts to listen to and reading for a bit." Absolutely. Rob says, "Keaton, hello." Carmen says, "I made it to 58% in The Voyage Home by Pat Barker. Pat Barker. Nice." And Stina says, "Brian fixed some pasta with butternut squash sauce, and I talked to my dad for a bit." Lovely. Melissa says, "Read 45 pages and got to page 208, got to about 64% in the book. Good job." And Alicia says, "I updated my everyday planner and working on my reading planner. I'm trying to pick and fill my alphabet challenge." Awesome. Tokana says, "Ate dinner, the last 2 sprints, finally going to get to pick up a book next sprint." Wonderful. Angela says, "I'm made happiest by a visit with my daughter and grandchildren, a call from family back home, a new book, a decadent dessert, a cozy blanket, and a warm fire." All wonderful things. Melissa says, "I'll be heading out soon. Thanks for Sprints, Alex, and hope I see you all next week." Thanks for coming, Melissa. Hope you have a great weekend. And Mary says, "Read 44 pages, have 67 to go. Enjoying." Well, you're very nearly there. You might finish it tonight. Alicia says, "One thing that always instantly makes a bad day better for me is pumpkin loaf and a drink from Starbucks." That's sweet. Kelly says, "Packed all the books for our vendor market tomorrow. It's supposed to be gorgeous. Here's hoping we sell out." I hope you do as well. Wishing you all the luck with that. Swank says, "I'm still here." Okay. Good to see you then, Swank. Maybe you mean 8 p.m. in a different time zone? Because, of course, it's 8:40 on Eastern Standard Time. That's why I thought you were gone. And Zach says, "I read half of the sample of Dahlgren. Don't get what the big problem is." And Jamie says, "No reading that sprint. Called my buddy read. Oh, my buddy read friend to discuss Project Hail Mary." Awesome. And Eleanor says, "Spending quiet time doing yoga stretches and deep breathing helps me feel better. Chocolate helps too." Yes, absolutely. And Swank says, "Rob has found fonts." Yes, he has. Tina's here. Hi, Tina. Tina says, "Good evening. Just joining in." Well, it's good to see you. I'm glad you were able to make it. All right, everyone. I will get us started on our next 45-minute sprint. I'm not really sure how long the last sprint's going to be. Usually I always do 30 minutes, but I feel like I'm suddenly fading really fast. I might have to like stand up and walk around the house to like get my blood moving or something. I don't know what's going on. But I will put up our normal second to last question that I always ask every week, which is, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? So hopefully you all like saved something or like wrote down a comment. But if not, you can always learn something right now and then tell us about it when we get back from our sprints. And Tina says, "A good laugh instantly makes my day better." Yeah, absolutely. I love to laugh as well. My thing is I have such a hard time getting like a true deep belly laugh. Like those don't happen for me very often. Like I laugh about things, but it's not the same, if you know what I mean. Like when you get like a true deep, like wheezing, can't breathe kind of laugh. I wish that those happened for me more often. I feel like I laughed a lot more when I was a kid and I just don't as much now. So I don't know. Maybe that'll change one day. And Rob's saying swank and all the funny font. All right. Another 45 minutes up on the clock. I'm gonna get up and move around and get some more water. Be sure to drink some water, and I will see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page 78 in Reaper Man, and I think that's probably about all of Reaper Man I'm going to be able to read tonight. So I have instead moved on to looking through my Trails magazine that I got. You all saw me talk about this last time. I have been very slowly and deliberately going through this because I'm trying to savor it, because it's not a magazine that you get every month. You only get it once a quarter. So really enjoying the images and the stories in here, and just some of like the way that this is laid out is kind of unexpected. So, like, for example, there's an entire section, I guess, that they do in this magazine where they rate outhouses. Like, it's literally called Outhouse Review, and it's not just one page, it's multiple pages. And they rate it based off of view, privacy, smell, and sustainability. And I don't know, there's just something about that just kind of tickles me pink. But I before we left, I asked you all the question, what's something you learned over the last week that was interesting? Of course, just has to be interesting to you, doesn't have to be interesting to anybody else. One of the things I learned going through this magazine was, according to the 1964 Wilderness Act, there are 65,000 acres in the Uncompahgre, yeah, that's how they say it, wilderness, and 13 million acres of designated wilderness across the lower 48 states where domestic animals are actually allowed to graze in that area. So this photographer and writer was backpacking through the Uncompahgre wilderness, expecting to just see the landscape, and actually found a shepherd who had a bunch of sheep out there. And so, like, he's talking about what it means to, go through this landscape that you would expect to be wilderness, but you see so many signs of domestic life. And obviously, the farmers who are running their animals across this land, they need that land to be able to raise their sheep. Like, that's what the Wilderness Act was for the people who had already been using that land all that time before it became, a designated national park or anything like that, so that they could say, hey, we know you make your livelihood off of this, you can continue to use it, even though obviously that has a greater impact on the nature because it's not untouched by people, and definitely not by herds of animals that normally wouldn't be there. So yeah, I can honestly say that's not something I've ever heard of before, and yeah, quite interesting. So let's see what you all have learned today. And then let's see, Eleanor said, checking out for the night. Thanks, Alex. I missed her going, so I'm sorry about that, Eleanor, but I'm happy that she came. Rob says, question, who's your favorite Pokemon and why is it Snorlax? My favorite Pokemon is not Snorlax. Fun fact, my favorite Pokemon is Ampharos. And I might be one of the only people on this planet whose favorite Pokemon is Ampharos, but it is. Speaking about sheep, it evolves from the Pokemon Mareep, which is a little electric sheep Pokemon, and then it goes to a Flaffy, and then Ampharos is the final form, and it has been my favorite Pokemon since I was a kid. And Swank says, the earliest example of prosthetic limbs is ancient Egypt, 1500 BC. Okay, I'm going for real. Peace out. Bye to Swank. Also, that was an interesting fact. Zach says, I learned that the name Hippocrates means horsepower. So when doctors swear their oath, they're swearing the horsepower oath. LOL. Oh, like the Hippocratic Oath? Oh, that's so funny. Same suffix as democratic. Demoskratia means power of the people. Very cool. Thank you, Zach. Rob says, bookkeeper is the only unhyphenated word in the English language with 3 consecutive double letters. Oh, that is cool. I like it. Jamie says, I learned about the bone collector caterpillar in Hawaii that attaches insect body parts to its back as camouflage. I've heard of that thing many, many years ago. That's so cool. It just looks like debris. Unclear if they also eat the insects. Conflicting info. From what I remember, they don't. They kind of just like shove their not to be crude, but their carcasses on their back. But obviously I could be wrong. I'm not an entomologist. So, but would be weird if they did, since caterpillars are generally herbivores. Right. Yeah, exactly. And Stina says, I relearned how to use a sewing machine. Yay, that's awesome. Skill acquired. Angela says, I'm still working on learning the FODMAP diet from last week. That's okay. I still have changes that I need to make to do better with like the Mediterranean diet and stuff, because I had bought groceries already and I had things I already was planning on cooking and food I needed to go through. And it's hard to start a diet when you don't want to waste any food. So I feel like I'm delayed just a little bit on getting started as much as I want to. And obviously, like many things in the world are tempting and make you want to eat them that aren't part of a healthy diet. I'm going to have to deal with that. I'm going to have to figure that out without making myself miserable. I'm not dieting, to be clear. I'm just trying to like learn how to eat better. I hope that makes sense. Stina says, I called my brother and talked to him for most of the sprint. Well, I hope that was a lovely conversation. Let's see. We have Small Artist is here, and Small Artist has joined about 5 minutes ago, and I got a few pages in. Very nice. Also, welcome. Nice to see you. Alex says, I learned who the new gen of Pokemon starters were today. Awesome. And Telkana says, read 21 pages. Very nice. And Tina says, had a snack and read a chapter in The Sunlit Man. Awesome. Angela says, I read 56 pages tonight. Whoop, whoop. Took the trash out and picked up the mail on that sprint. Like you, I'm getting tired. Yeah. Mary says, 25 pages left. Awesome. You're very nearly there. I believe in you, Mary. Jamie says, spent that sprint folding and putting away laundry. Also determined which Oscar-nominated documentary short I can stream tonight. Cool. And Keaton says, low-key, she's jonesing for a mega evolved Ampharos. if you've never seen them, they have like these crazy manes. I did not grow up with Mega Evolution, so my Ampharos was bald Ampharos. Gotta love it, but apparently they get amazing hair later. And Nicole says, heading out, I've been lurking. Night all. Night, Nicole. Thank you for coming. It's good to see you. Kat says, I'm sure I learned something, but I'm brain dead. I can't remember. That's okay, Kat. He said, Barry and I watched the first episode of The Last of Us, and we enjoyed it enough to continue with the series. I'm working on a couple of tasks. Well, good. I'm glad that you also enjoyed that first episode. I played the beginning of the first game many years ago, and that was rough. I mean, when I say the beginning, I played probably like the first 5 or 6 hours of the first game, but I just never continued on with it. It wasn't something that captivated me the way it captivated some other people. Jimmy says, Kat, have you never seen it before? I don't believe that she has. No. All right, everybody. I very much want to be able to provide you the full sprint, even though I am absolutely exhausted. So I am going to go ahead and get us set up for our 30-minute sprint, our last 30-minute sprint, just to be able to get us going. Mary might be able to finish her book in that time. And my last question for you all is, what's one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, could be small, could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did immediately after sprints last week. The key is just to be able to focus on the fact that you did, in fact, accomplish something. Doesn't matter what it was. It's important to remember that sometimes. And I will get the timer adjusted here. Alrighty. There we go. 30 minutes is up on the clock. Chris says, I've learned a lot about birds as the author I am reading mentions birds on nearly every page. Well, that's one way to be forced to learn something. There you go. It's being shoved in your eyeballs directly. That's how they get you. All right, everybody. I'm going to wish you another very happy sprint, our last sprint of the night, and I'll see you in a little bit. Happy reading. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I spent my time reading my magazine, and I'm really enjoying it. I think it's very beautiful. Of course, this is the photography edition, and I feel like there's still like there's a lot of meaningful discourse that's happening in it, which makes me wonder what their regular magazine editions are that might just have fewer photos, but more in the way of articles. And I think it's going to be really cool. There's also almost no advertising in this at all. Like the first 2 pages in here, past the glossary, had, I'm trying to think, was there only one ad? Yeah, I think there was. I think in the entirety so far of this magazine that I've read, and I've gotten halfway through it, there's only been one single page ad, which is awesome. Don't see that anymore. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what's something you accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? I kind of already touched on mine earlier when I talked about my event that I hosted. I had 128 people show up, and I did not run out of food. And then I went and I donated the rest of the food. So I count that as my big win. Kat says, talking about the Last of Us show. She says, never Jamie, because I didn't have HBO Max. I subscribed to the service on Black Friday at a good monthly rate so I can watch a few movies and series. Tokana says, is maybe a nap sprint. I don't blame you. Stina said, I made a rice hot cold pack at the sewing class the library did. Oh, very nice. You can put it in the microwave or put it in the freezer. Alicia says, thank you for sprints. I'm off to go watch TV with hubby. My accomplishment for the week is surviving the week. LOL. Have a good night, everyone. And you know what? That is an accomplishment in itself. So have a good night, Alicia. And Ian says, I'm going to take my arthritis pain medicine, so I'm no longer responsible for anything I say. Get a little loopy on the arthritis pain meds. I've never heard of that, but you can't help that when you're in pain. Zach says, I'll say I'm proud of my Dark Sisters playlist. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of work that you did. So thank you for doing that. And that I mostly behaved myself during the book club. You did, Zach. And Kat says, you definitely should be proud, Zach. Your playlist is amazing for Dark Sisters. And Kat says, I accomplished quite a bit this week between educational outreach for the Columbia Theater every day this week, 9 out of 10 schools, and channel content for various projects. That's amazing, Kat. Wonderful job. And Andy popped in. Hi, Andy. Giving a wave. And Sherry also came in and said, good evening, everyone. And good evening to Sherry. Rob says, hello. And you said 992, by the way. Thank you. Very specific. Jamie says, every year I try to watch all of the Oscar-nominated films in all categories. I've currently seen 33 films covering 102 of the 125 nominations. I have 17 films to go before March 15th. That's crazy, Jamie, but like very impressive. Good for you. That's awesome. I don't know anybody else in my life that would do that. So I love your dedication. And Mary says, finished I Who Have Never Known Men, 4.5 stars. The audio was amazing. Sweet. Glad you loved it. So thanks for sprints and chat, Alex. See you next week. See you next week, Mary. And Alex says, I went out yesterday with my coworkers, even though I wasn't feeling the best the day before, but I had so much fun. I'm glad that I went. Yay! That's awesome. That makes me glad for you. And Rob says, Capybara Reese's Pieces. Great time as always, Alex. Thanks for spreads. Thank you for coming, Rob, and putting some chaos into the chat with all the emojis, keeping things alive. Land Walruses. I love that name, especially with the image of the dog. It says, new to sprints and stunned at how useful and enjoyable I'm finding them. Thank you for being here. Today I got my business registered and I've made it to page 141 of Moby Dick. Yay, that's awesome. And I'm really glad that you came here. You're welcome every week. I do these pretty much every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I'm really glad that you have found these enjoyable. Hopefully we'll see you next time and that you can continue on in your adventures of Moby Dick. And Small Artist is exactly 30 pages in this time. Great job. Fantastic. And Karma says, I made it to 76%. Yes. Talkana says, changed into jammies and doom scrolled. There you go. And Kat says, I worked out some financial tasks during that sprint. Thanks very much for sprints, Alex. Have a wonderful weekend, friends. And you as well, Kat. Thanks for hanging out and having me on in the background, even though you were doing other stuff. I hope you had fun at your Cozy Cottage Book Club. And Jamie says, I watched one of the Oscar nominated documentary shorts, then finished putting away the laundry. Been busy, Jamie. Jamie says, nice cat, enjoy. Tina says, I read some more of that sprint. Thanks for sprints tonight. And thank you, Tina, for coming. It was good to see you. Zach says, I might give it a bit more, but I'm most likely DNFing the men. Oh, darn. I'm sorry to hear that. And Stina says, wow, y'all have been busy. It's true. Stina says, thanks for sprints. Good night, everybody. And good night to you, Stina. Have a wonderful weekend. And to everybody else, have an absolutely wonderful weekend. I hope it's awesome. I'm really hoping I have a good time at my massage because I never get massages and I'm terrified about not drinking enough water. So wish me luck with that because you have to drink a lot of water before, and I suck at that, but I got to be good. So yes, I hope it's wonderful. I hope your weather's nicer than whatever it's crap has been going on. So let it be sunny and beautiful wherever you are. Chris says, thanks as always for sprints, Alex. And thank you for coming, Chris. Amy says, thanks for sprints. Thanks for coming. Zach says, the man is multi-perspective like Dark Sisters. I don't care about any of them. Oh, no. And some really weird stuff has happened, much, much weirder than Dahlgren. I think Zach's going to dive into Dahlgren just to show everybody what's what. And Carmen says, thanks so much for sprints, Alex. Good night, all. Thanks for coming, Carmen. Angela says, thanks for sprints this week. I made it to page 100. Woo-hoo! It's a graphic novel. See y'all next Friday. All right. See you then. JV says, see you next week. See you then. Alex says, thanks for sprints as always. See you next time. And thanks for coming, Alex, because I know for you it's, what is it, late morning now, probably. So I hope you have a great rest of your day. I'm getting ready to go to sleep. And with that, take care, everybody. Bye.